Mr. Kiwi, please.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Orsenfeld just resubbed for 58 months.
Thank you. This wipe's been okay. I mean, I'm still terrible. I die all the time, but I have been having fun with it. I mean, I've played loads of it since. Well, let me think. I guess 3 weeks. I mean, I'm bumping into lads who are level 44, so we're not doing great, but we're doing okay. I need to kill 3 scavs and we're not allowed to use medicine. And then it doesn't matter if I die or not. So we just want to find and kill 3 scavs.
Yogs cast raided with 304 viewers.
Good morning, Yogs Raiders. Wow, he was not ready to fight. Now we're on the clock. I can't stop the bleeding, so we have to find one more and kill him, and then we've done the quest. Damn it! I think that was a player. Yeah, he was up at the scav area with his I just started the game MDR. Shame. We go again. You work on a Sunday night? Look how much I got. Look at this. You know I run shit when I get this much stuff back. Prappa was like, we found everything. Everything that you took into the raids came back. We found it all. A few days. This was from when we were doing the kill scavs with a bolt action, which was last week, maybe the start of last week. I think it's like 4 or 5 days. It feels like. I think if you insure with therapist, I think it comes back quicker, but it's dearer. But yeah, it takes a good few days. I mean, when was I doing those sniping quests? Probably Monday of last week. Probably. Might have even been last weekend, I don't know. What else do I play? Let me think. Dota, mainly. Got about 12,000 hours in that. Football Manager. I used to play CS a bit. Kind of just play this now instead. What else do I play? Other than that, it's like, you know, I'll play other games that come along, like Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever, you know, stuff like that that's just like really, really good. But I tend to find a game that you can like pour a lot of time into and get really into, and is very hard. Dota and Tarkov. Like I was saying the other night, I think I'm a masochist when it comes to games. I don't like games where it feels like the victory is easy or anything like that, but I'm also not great with games that require a lot of coordination. So like I was playing Sifu, not on stream. This was last week when Virgin was fucking me even more. I mean, who knows? They might still fuck me in a day or two's time, or even today. So I'm not gonna say it's fixed, but I will say that I was playing a bit of Sifu off stream last week, just as something to do, and it's just too difficult for me. It's like the combos and stuff, having to learn those, having to then time them. I'm sure if I put in loads of practice, I might be able to beat the game on the easiest setting, but I got to a certain boss on the easiest setting, and I was like, oh, this is my limit. See, look, network problem. Could have been me, could have been Tarkov, hard to say. Hey mate, this is in beta. You want to talk about early access? That's one. I did play a bit of Hearthstone back in the day, but like with most of these games, I don't really like playing card games against just one other person. I did play some Magic for a bit on stream actually. It was a lot of fun. And then they ruined all my decks. That was from the left. Alarming. There's a lad over here killing my scabs. Spy sapping my sentry. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Jesus Christ. Well, there goes this run. Can't even see the fucker. Where are you, you bellend? Can anyone see this scab? Well, I'm bleeding out. See if we can just find a couple of scabs before we die. Where's this lad? Yeah, there we go. It's the only one that fits this dog shit gun. It's also cheap and no one nicks it. It's fine if you're lying down. Rudolph Carbonara. Oh man. Good job, Rudy. He got me with the fucking Mosin. Very nice. Go back to the bountiful. Oh, these ones have had their scope stripped. Not this one though. You know it. Look, it already had these in it. That is funny. What's up, Bob? Yeah, I honestly think the insurance thing is just a bit fucked. I mean, it might be as simple as so many people are playing it's overloaded, or it's just an unintended thing that isn't in the fucking patch notes, or it's just busted because it's Tarkov. The shit gets busted a lot. Something new unintentionally broke it. Oh, fair. I mean, like I said, this is like a week-old gear. And when I logged in this morning, there were 18 messages from Prapor. So 18 of my deaths had to come back. Because I just run such shit. No one cares. They take the scope off sometimes. Unironically, I would rather die to Chad. Chad has no interest in my gear. Chad never takes a single thing that I am taking with me. Because why would he? He looks at my gear and scoffs. Scoff! Have you seen that TikTok trend, I'm sorry, we need jungle, I'm afraid? Have you seen that? I'll find one for you if you haven't seen it. Jungle music was my thing back when I were a lad. I loved it.
What name is given to the genre of dance music that developed in the UK in the early 1990s?
Hang
Out
on.
of the rave scene.
Let's just go back. You've got to see the whole thing.
What name is given to the genre of dance music that developed in the UK in the early 1990s out of the rave scene and reggae sound system culture associated with acts such as A Guy Called Gerald and Goldie?
Drum and bass.
Can't accept drum bass. We need jungle, I'm afraid.
I'm a simple man. That amused me. Are we near any scavs? I can never find my way on this map. You've never heard of jungle? It was pretty short-lived, I guess. Oh, I know where we are. We'd be dead if that was the goons. I think he had like a kedder or something. Yeah! No, I'm streaming. I took her out yesterday. So maybe it's the turn of the large child. Why don't you and your sister do it? Yeah, baby. Let's dance, motherfucker. Where you at? In where, young Bob? Here? Here? I mean, there's a light bulb. On and to the right of the bed. Oh, here? That's not a bed. Nothing. This was the fully auto scav. This, oh no, this was him with the fucking Keta, baby.
Блять, тут нашего завалили!
Shitty key. Give me loads of meds. They just keep coming. It's crazy. We kind of want to die somewhere no one goes, so we get a better chance of getting our shit back. So we'll go and die peacefully under this tree. Don't worry, we'll be dead soon. Have one last meal. You'll not get me chocolate. See, once you've lost your stomach, no, it doesn't fail the quest. As long as I hand it in. Before I... Oh, that fails it, though. That just failed it. Healing. Healing after the raid failed it, I think. Fuck, I did that last time as well, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, apparently not. Alright. Jesus! Eliminate PMCs in office on factory. A classic. Eliminate scavs between 9 and 4 without using any goggles or thermal sights, excluding factory. Very easy on a snowy map. Very easy on a snowy map. Easy on a snowy map. Yeah, you just die, and it's like, eh. Kill scavs at night, not on factory. Oh, we'll just go and blast some scavs, I guess. I'll go with her. Love? Love? I'll go with her. Yeah, I can just pause it. If you can't do it, I'll go with her. I don't want to go. Yeah, I don't want to let her go by herself. Alright, I go walk the dog. I gotta. I don't. Actually, give me one sec. Give me one sec. Would you like me to come with? Would you like me to come with? Are you going out today? You don't need to lie now. I just don't want to agree. Okay, sweetie. Let me know when you're ready to go, and I'll come with you. All right?
Nice jump, Alistair.
A Sublins Quelching just resubbed for 18 months.
Maybe the whole Alyonka thing is there because, you know, it's like if you pick Freddo bars. All right, I'm not having a pop at Freddo bars. I think they're banging. But you would obviously say there's better chocolate options. But if maybe it's the Russian equivalent to having a Freddo bar in the game. That's all I'm saying. It's like having something that you've got some childhood fondness for. I realise that's Freddo heresy, but there is better chocolate than Freddo's. So I'm going to take the dog for a walk in a minute. I realise that'll halve my viewers, but if you guys want to stick around, that would be cool. And I'll walk the dog, be back in about 20 minutes. I mean, just imagine that I'm queuing for a raid. Takes about that long anyway. Six months on a leaky boat. Oh god, we kind of need to do several quests on customs actually. Mrs. F is poorly, otherwise she would go. And I dragged my youngest out yesterday to walk the dog. We were gone for like an hour and a half. And she was miserable the whole time, so. She don't want to do it again. And if you send both the kids out together, they invariably get into a fight with each other. No, I'll be doing. There's a 25-minute documentary on ZMED. Are you serious? Yeah, we'll pop that running. I'll just Google ZMED. I'll search for ZMED. Adrian ZMED on. No, that's not it. That's only a 3-minute interview. Adrian ZMED. Whatever happened to Adrian ZMED? That's only 6 minutes long. Hollywood and Ivy, episode 5. Adrian ZMED.
Hello, I'm Brigham Avery, and welcome to Hollywood and Ivy, where Sunset Boulevard meets Saturday.
YouTube has been fucking up for me lately. And apparently it's because I use ad block. What if I just turn it off? Does it work?
Hello, I'm Brigham Avery, and welcome to Hollywood and Ivy, where Sunset Boulevard meets Addison and Clark. The show where we get to know celebrity Cub fans from the entertainment world as we take you from Wrigley Field to the red carpet. Today we welcome a resident of Wrigleyville who's gone on to star opposite Michelle Pfeiffer and Tom Hanks. All
right, we'll run that. No, TJ Hooker is not over. I just I have to walk the dog. Just a ZMED talking head? You say that like that's a bad thing. What do you like about it, Ashley? You're enjoying the TJ Hooker. Me too, bud. Pussycat, I love you. A weapon repair kit. They're not even expensive. Good. This area is actually secretly quite good for loot. What do you see? Oh, I've got this again? I don't get it. I've already got one in my stash. Have I fucked it by picking it up again? Because now I need to get out. Ah, actually it doesn't fucking matter. Everyone dies eventually. I guess we just run across the river and hope for the best. Dov, I don't like pretty sure. I demand certainty. Thank you, Zoe. Didn't know you were a Tarka. I got him! Eventually. One suka. This is legit the scariest part of the whole map. Because they can just be in those bushes.
Короче, капец тебе, служивый!
I heard another one shout, but where is it? Over there.
Парни, тут наши хвалят! Давай, мочи!
I see one there
Ну
too.
вот, вот он! Парни, тут наши хвалят!
don't care about an arm. Look, give it one of these. When the guns are very loud. I forgot this was a semi-automatic shotgun, so I've been waiting to reload like a complete gaboon. One sec. Let me finish this raid. I won't be long, I promise, okay?
Вроде никого. Ребят, прекрати, мы так наблюдаем.
Can we crawl through here? I reckon we can. If the grizzly let you unblack limbs, I would carry one, but it doesn't, so I don't. It's good. Don't get me wrong.
Вали кепку! Прячься давай, пошел! Сука, ёбнули нахрен!
Yep, I'll fucking have you, mate. Come on, where are you? Behind me somewhere. Oh, hello. Right. That'll have to do. Nice.
Вон он, упырь! Чё заткнулся, блядь?
Jeez, these lads love axes. Oh. Come on. Decent ammo. Oh. I don't want to find out what that sound is. That's some lad with a very silenced gun. How'd I pop a bleed? Where? Is he up top, maybe? Job done. I think night raids are one of my things, one of my vibes. Ooh. Oh. This wipe. I was always scared of going in at night time. Early wipe. Fucking get in there. Nobody's got fucking night vision. The snow makes them stand out like, yeah, it's like you can see them because it's snowy. I've done loads of fucking night raids this wipe. And the quest was done. Ow. Oh. And another, actually. Is that 303? That's probably worth fuck all, eh? Yeah. The axes alone are worth like 50k a pop to your man. Who was it for? Mechanic? Gah. I am Questo. Look at this shit. Look at this. We got too many quests. We got the Flitzim de Ferv. It's 150 grand in axe, 170 grand in axes. .303 is a quest key. All right, groovy. Which quest? Anyway, we're gonna run this ZMED documentary. While I pop to walk the dog. Where's the back in a bit? We'll run it there, like so. Right, enjoy this little documentary about ADRIAN ZMED. I will be back soon.
Also spent 5 years patrolling Los Angeles with William Shatner, former captain of Team ABC in Battle of the Network Stars, and first and foremost, a lifelong Cub fan. Welcome, ADRIAN ZMED. And today on Hollywood and Ivy, we're joined by a gentleman that's wearing the '84 Cubs road jersey. Great Cub fan, ADRIAN
Very
ZMED.
good, very
yes,
good.
Yes. Lovely jersey. Lovely to have you here.
It's great to be here.
You grew up 5 blocks from Wrigley Field, you said?
Yeah,
Is that right?
about a half a mile or so in the Lincoln Park DePaul University area. So I used to walk to Wrigley almost every day during the summer. And if I wasn't in the bleachers, I was standing outside on Waveland or Sheffield with a baseball mitt and with a transistor radio, waiting for the ball to come over the fence. Funny story is, I had collected several of the balls coming over the fence, and I had then eventually, when I came to Hollywood, started playing for this team called the Hollywood All-Stars, and we played in a charity game in Wrigley Field against the '69 Cubs. And I had the balls all saved. And when I played in Wrigley Field against all of these icons, Ernie and Billy and the list is endless, Santo and everything, I told my mother that bag of balls that was in the basement, I go get it. I need to pick it up because I want them to autograph. And I'm first generation Romanian, so she had a very thick accent. She says, I threw those long time ago out. You're a big boy now. You don't need baseball. So, they were all gone.
Oh, did you get over that?
Yeah, I got over it because I just got some more balls and I had them sign it.
Oh, yeah. Could you hear the roar of the Wrigley crowd from your home?
Well, we were a little, yeah, we could kind of hear it, yes.
Where exactly were you? How close were you to Uncle Buck's apartment?
I used to walk by it. So I was really close. I went to Oscar Mayer grade school there, which is at Belden and Kenmore. My father was a Romanian Orthodox priest. they could get married, Orthodox priests. And that was my home, you know, in that area, in that neighborhood.
So a big controversy for many years, Adrian, was lights or no lights at Wrigley Field. Which side of that discussion were you on, and how passionate were you in relation to that?
I never wanted lights. To this day, I still wouldn't. I don't want the lights, because I grew up, you know, at that ballpark, and it was always the daytime. You know, back when I was a kid, there was nobody in the stands. You know, it was like the 80s Cubs teams is when, well, actually it was the 69 team, that group of people, Banks and Santo and Kessinger, Beckert, Williams, and all, they kind of got the Cubs hot at that time. And then it carried over into the 70s. But in the 80s, the yuppies kind of discovered Wrigley Field, the charm of it, and also people decided to do business meetings. But when I was a kid, there were maybe 8,000 fans, and they were all kids because they were all out of school, and they were the only ones who could go to the games. So when there was a big, you know, thing that happened, it was like a cheer from a bunch of kids in an auditorium at a school is what it sounded like. When there was a home run, it was just bizarre. And it was like Wrigley was our babysitter. We would all go and hang out at Wrigley, but then people discovered that the Cubs and Wrigley and the charm of it. But a really good friend of mine, Tom Dreesen, a comedian, who's from Chicago. He has a great joke where he says over the PA system, will Mrs. Schmidt come and pick up her kids? They're beating the Cubs 12-0 in the bottom of the 8th.
So you talked about '69 as being a very memorable year for yourself, and talk
Hugely.
about that, and that
Hugely.
you said Jack Brickhouse saved your life.
I was in high school at the time. I was playing football at Lane Tech, and I broke my leg really, really badly. So much so that they put me in a body cast, and I had nothing to live for until the Cubs started playing at that time. And every day, it's why I got up every morning to watch that game, and it just got more and more exciting. They pulled out so many ninth inning wins, and Jack Brickhouse went nuts. Hey, hey! The way he would scream that and stuff.
The
And
Cardiac Cubs.
The Cardiac Cubs, yeah. They got me through that, the most difficult time in my life. And then I got to meet Jack years later when I played in this game against the '69 Cubs in a charity game in Wrigley Field, and I literally got on my knees and kissed his hand and thanked him.
Would you rather hear a game broadcast? I haven't asked this of anyone yet. Would you rather hear Harry Carey or Jack Brickhouse call a Cubs game?
I'd love to see both of them do it.
It'd be a good combination.
It would have been a really fun thing. Look, I love Jack, and he's from my childhood, you know. So I feel like Jack was my grandfather or whatever. But Harry, nothing was like Harry. Harry was he was bigger than life. He was just bigger than life, and I'm so grateful that I got to know Harry really well. He always, whenever I was touring with a show or something, and we'd go through Palm Springs, which is where he lived, he always came to see my shows, and he and Dutchie were just lovely to me all the time. But Harry, nobody could call a game like Harry. I mean, it's just
it was so casual and lovely to listen to him.
He's just talking and talking. Oh, and it's a hit. Oh my God, he's back. And Dunston pulls it in at shortstop, and we think it's going to be a home run the second it leaves the bat and all. There was nothing like him in the world.
You said that just a moment ago, Adrian, you talked about Wrigleyville in the '80s. That was really thanks to Harry Carey selling the Cubs in a lot of ways.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, that had a lot to do with people discovering the Cubs and Wrigley, and making it more of an event. Now, lights came on in '88.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, '88. So
were you there for that?
No, but I was living here in Hollywood, in Studio City at the time, and I had one of those giant 15-foot dishes. So I had this feed, a private feed that was watching. I was watching all of this stuff that really wasn't being broadcast.
You saw the rain, because it was rained out that first
night.
Yeah,
the first night, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I kind of was there by proxy.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned you were very close to the '84 Cubs. Who are some of your good friends on that team?
Well, I hung out Sutcliffe. We were
the Red Baron.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. Boy, that guy was a practical joker.
Who would be your best friend on that team?
You know what? I hung out with Leon Durham a lot.
Oh, the Bull.
Yeah, I hung out with Leon a lot.
He had a huge year in '84.
Yeah, he did.
Batted
Have,
279,
he did have a
lots of
great
home
year.
runs.
Yeah. It was really Sut and Sandberg and stuff. I mean, Sandberg and Leon, a lot too, but really Sutcliffe and Leon. Whenever they came into LA, we used to hang out a lot. So it was really those two guys mostly. Then later on, Gracie.
And we'll be back with more on Hollywood and Ivy after this. Stick around. And welcome back to Hollywood and Ivy, where Sunset Boulevard meets Addison and Clark. Today we're visiting with ADRIAN ZMED. I have a question for you about Mark Gray specifically. When do you think he'll be enshrined in Cooperstown?
Well, when does he?
He's eligible right now.
He's eligible
Yes.
right now.
And here's one fact about Mark Gray. He had more hits in the decade of the 90s than anyone else, than Tony Gwynn, Mark McGuire, anybody. So I think that alone
More than
puts him in.
Hernandez, too?
Yes, in that decade.
Wow. I hope he gets in, soon. That's all I can say. He deserves it, man.
You notice Greg Maddux, when he went to the Hall of Fame, he did not wear a Cubs or a Braves. He just had an MLB on his hat. And I think he really cut his teeth with the Cubs. He won his first 20 games there, first playoff experience in '89, his first Cy Young there. So do you think he made the right decision? What do you think, Cubs, Braves?
Well, it broke my heart when he went to the Braves, and then of course he wins. I mean, he won at least one Cy Young with the Cubs, didn't he?
He won his first one.
Yeah, his first one, and then the rest of them were
Like 3 or 4 in Atlanta.
Yeah, we're with Atlanta, and all, and of
It was
course
a murderer's row of pitching staffs.
it sure was Glavine, Smoltz, and him and stuff. But no, Maddox was really serious. He never partied with us. He was one of those that was always quite serious, and he would go back to the hotel room, and even if he wasn't pitching the next day or anything like that, he'd always be studying.
He was like a professor.
He was, yeah.
Do you think, in essence,
And nobody could carve that strike zone better than him.
Oh yeah, he changed speeds, and he was just.
He was a surgeon.
And I loved watching him hit. I understand they made all designated hitters now, but I loved watching him hit. I love watching Rick Sutcliffe hit, and Mark Pryor too. The Cubs have had some great historical hitting pitchers.
Remember when Sutcliffe hit that home run
in game one of the
'84 series? Oh, that last game in San Diego. I went to every game at Wrigley. Then I went to every game in San Diego, and I didn't even want to go back into the locker room after. I just went out to where my car was, and my car had been towed.
Oh, outside of Jack Murphy Stadium?
Yeah.
The old Murph?
And my license plate said Cubbies.
Oh, God. So Steve Garvey
and I
probably
was
called.
in full
Wow.
Cubs regalia. So I'm
Heartbreak Hotel, brother.
I'm taking a cab to where the pound is for the
Yeah.
car, and I'm standing in line with hundreds of Padre fans. It was one of the worst days of my life.
Goodness gracious. So, who do you think is the worst Cub killer? Steve Garvey, the Black Cat in '69, Tom Seaver. I think it's Josh Beckett in 2003 with the Marlins, because he kind of came out of nowhere and had 2 great pitching performances and shut our boys down.
Yeah.
Who's a number 1 Cub killer?
For me, it was Garvey. He single-handedly beat the Cubs in that series. Nobody hit like him, and he hit the home runs at every single time that they needed it to get it back. But when the Marlins were playing the Cubs in the 2003, I mean, who knows what would have happened had Alou caught the ball. And it was, the rest of the team started to fall apart right after that. And everybody, of course, blamed it on poor Bartman and stuff. So I don't know if it was, who really would have been the biggest Cub. But you're right, Beckett was quite a Cub killer at that time, too.
Ryan Sandberg won the '84 MVP. Chris Bryant won in 2016 on first-place teams. Ernie Banks in '58 and '59, and Andre Dawson in '87 on last-place teams. Do you think that
that is an amazing
Are they
feat.
valuable though? Is that an MVP winner if you're on a last-place team?
I think so.
You do.
I do.
Tell me why.
Because he doesn't have the hitting around him to support it. All these other MVPs there were people who were hitting behind Chris and after Chris and stuff. Great thing about that, I just literally, I live in Vegas now, and Chris is from Vegas. And I got to know his dad really well. I did a bunch of talk shows with him on radio, sports shows and stuff. And I literally just was texting with him yesterday, congratulating Chris for getting the deal with Colorado. Really an amazing human being. He deserves everything in his life. It really broke my heart to see Chris leave the Cubs. He was, to me, I thought he was the next Mr. Cub.
I feel as though he was Roy Hobbs in Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
So natural.
Yeah.
So natural.
Yeah. And speaking of Mr. Cub, Ernie was the greatest human being in the world. I was so honored to have known Ernie and all, and I hung out with him in LA quite a lot. And we played golf, once in a while, and he was involved in a restaurant that was just around the airport, too, so I'd meet him there a lot. When he said, let's play too, he really meant it. It wasn't a gimmick.
Right. So you talked about having the premiere of Grease 2 at the Biograph Theater in Chicago.
Yeah.
Did Ryan Sandberg come to that? Did some of the Cubs come to that debut, seeing as how it was so close to Wrigley?
Oh, my goodness. Well, it was in the winter. A lot of people were not even in Chicago at the time, when that was premiering. But we premiered in the wintertime and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I actually was hanging out with a lot of the guys from the Bears at that time too. But some of those
some of your buddies?
Tim Reitman is still a really good buddy of mine.
Went to UCLA.
Yeah, went to UCLA. And so the funny thing about Tim Reitman and I, we met on the Love Boat. I did a 2-hour special Love Boat where we actually, they never left LA. They would just shoot in San Pedro, at the dock in San Pedro and stuff. But I did a 2-hour special that they did all of the Mediterranean Rivieras. And it was a huge 2-hour special. And he was dating Judy Landers at the time. And I saw this guy on the ship with the football. He was throwing, and I said, can I throw it with you? And then I found out who he was, and we became really, really close friends after that. And he's still a really good buddy. He's got a ranch in Idaho right now called the Lazy Bear Ranch.
On TJ Hooker, you spent 13 hours every day with Captain Kirk, with William Shatner.
5 days a week.
And you guys, you talked a little sports. He's from Montreal. Was he a big Expos fan? Did you talk Cubs and Expos?
He liked baseball. He's a sports fan, but his passion was football. The Raiders were going to play the Bears on Monday Night Football. And my son decided to get born that night, to be born that night.
How inconsiderate.
So he never made it.
We're going to take a quick time out, but we'll be back with more with Adrian ZMED on Hollywood and Ivy after this. We're back on Hollywood and Ivy, and today we're visiting with Adrian ZMED. So, 69, Adrian, 84, 2003. How much of that made you start to believe in the reality of the curse?
I'm Romanian. My relatives are gypsies. We believe in curses and stuff. In fact, I tried to do an exorcism in 1984. And my grandmother was the expert on how to try to lift it and stuff. And the problem is she says you need to have the hair of the goat. And I literally went to the Billy Goat Tavern and said, are there any relatives of the goat still alive and stuff? And I couldn't find the hair of the goat. I did a little mock.
Yeah, from the Lincoln Park Zoo, maybe a little sample of the goat there.
Thing, and obviously it didn't work.
In 2016, when that happened, what was the thought that went through your head? Did you believe it? Did it resonate with you, or did it take a while for it to set in? Did you? How did that feel?
I literally,
because they did exercise the demons.
when Bryant got the ground ball, and he got up to throw it and then slipped a little. It was almost like the Bartman thing, that moment of, but it didn't happen. He got it to Rizzo, and they won. And I just literally sat there in silence and started crying. I never thought I would ever see them be in a World Series, let alone win a World Series. And it was number one on my bucket list. That was it. Number two was the Bears winning a Super Bowl.
Prior to them winning, they beat the Dodgers in the pennant. And you had a story about that you were with Joe Mantegna that night, correct?
Right. I was at his restaurant here in Studio City. We could not believe that they were finally going to the World Series, and I have a video on my phone right now I could show you of him and I screaming, yelling, and then both of us were crying.
Amazing.
Grown men. And how many graves were visited, you know, with the radio, you know,
that was the
radios and
best
stuff
visual,
like
is
that.
people sitting.
It was a sociological event, you know, for Chicago is what it was. It's 180 years of pain and love. You know, I mean, who still roots for a team after 180 years? It was, you know, the Cubs are. It's like I describe the Cubs like my grandparents. No matter how old they get and how many things they don't remember or do, you still love your grandparents no matter what, and all. And that's how the Cubs always, I felt about the Cubs. You know, I love them whether they're in first place or last place.
Being a Cub fan as long as you've been, Adrian, what would you say is the most memorable Cubs game?
I'll never forget the last game of the 2016, you know, World Series. That's probably the most memorable. I go back and I look at it over and over and over, and I say, I still can't believe it.
Cubs win! Cubs are the champions! The Cubs are the champions! Look at that mob scene! Holy cow!
This is all a joke. You know, it was done by Hollywood. This really didn't happen, and stuff. It wasn't the greatest game in the world, but I do believe when they stopped the game, and they went into
the rain delay happened.
The rain delay happened. I really believe that Harry and Ernie did something up there to have things turn out the way that it should turn out.
Right.
Yeah. It was just like I still can't believe it.
Now, where were you for that game, Adrian? The final Game 7.
I was actually I had gone to one of the games in Chicago, and I had to get back, unfortunately, that day to film something. And if you can believe it, I was in the O'Hare Airport watching the game. And I actually watched the whole game at a wine bar in the O'Hare Airport, and we were just hoping it was the rain delay that we were just saying, oh, the plane's going to leave, and then we won't be able to see it, you know, on the plane and this and that. And they just won it, and then they called for everybody to sit.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
But I did go to the game that they won at Wrigley.
That was Game 5.
Game 5. Yeah.
So growing up around Wrigley and knowing the area and the environment, how the wind kicks in, if you're general manager, would you subscribe to having more speed at the top of the lineup or more power hitters? Because if you look at when they've been successful, like '84, Bobby Jr., 2016, they had speed at the top of the lineup with Dexter Fowler. I feel as though they need more speed than power to be successful as a franchise.
I think in this day and age, yeah. It's because of the way, what do they call it now? The metrics?
Sabermetrics.
Yeah, it's like it's down to a science at this point. I mean, you know, there's something to be said for the long ball at Wrigley. When the wind's blowing out, it's a fun game.
Sure.
And all, but when the wind's blowing in, you got to use your speed.
But here's the thing. I don't know how many people realize this. The wind only blows out like that maybe 20 or 30 games a year.
You're right.
So I feel you need speed. You don't need so many boppers. Like, because it should be speed specifically.
Yeah.
So Adrian, we've talked about this before with other guests. Who would be a great leading man, a former or current Cub, and who would be a great villain? It could be any former or current Cub.
Depends on what kind of leading man you're going for, I guess. If you're going for, you know, a good-looking guy who's got such an easy charm about him, I would say Mark Grace. You know, bad guy. Man, one of the big bad guys on the mound always was Zambrano and stuff. He had a temper and all, and you didn't want to mess with Zambrano and stuff. So I guess, you know, those guys.
You were actually captain of the Battle of the Network Stars.
Yeah, quite a few years actually. Yeah.
How was that experience? Talk about that. Everything that went into that.
Well, it was a blast because the team that I would get, I knew everybody on the team because we were all. Aaron Spelling owned ABC Network. He didn't own it, but he had just 10 hits on it, and so everybody who was on the team was from one of his shows. But it was always the women that made the difference in Battle of the Network stars, because the guys even themselves out on all the events. But if you had a fast woman and who could run and swim, that was the big difference.
And who was that? Who was that
That
woman?
was Heather. She was an athlete.
Heather's
man.
last name is?
Locklear.
I'm wondering where you get because we've had guests on, you're the most passionate by far. Where does your passion for the Cubs derive from?
Well, again, the Cubs isn't just something that I occasionally went to or watched a game. I grew up in the neighborhood within walking distance of my home. So it was everything to me. And if I couldn't be in the stadium, I was outside the stadium waiting for balls to come over the fence. My life revolved around it. I probably grew up in the greatest neighborhood ever in Chicago. I was a mile from the Lincoln Park Zoo at Fulton Beach and a mile from Wrigley Field. I was right in the middle of all that. So I either was at the zoo or at Wrigley Field every single day of the summer. My parents didn't see me the entire summer.
And in 1984, it was the same thing because that was the zoo.
Yeah.
Larry Boa, and you had Steve Blake, you had Rhino, you had the deer, you had the bull, so they were kind of synonymous at that point.
But I think also a lot of my passion comes from my heritage. I'm a first generation Romanian, and we're hot-blooded, man. You know, we don't do we do everything completely full out, not halfway. My father was a Romanian Orthodox priest, so I got my performance, you know, from him, watching him on the altar every Sunday and stuff. So, and it was right, you know, like I said, half a mile from Wrigley.
That being said, Adrian, who was more impressive? Nadia in 1976 or Sandberg in 1984?
Sandberg, come on.
Just checking.
Anybody can be a gymnast.
Well, Adrian, it's been great having you. We don't have a guest book, but we do have, this is a guest ball.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, so I'm gonna give this to you a sign. A nice catch.
I think it was Rick Sutcliffe who taught me how to sign a ball.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. Where's the
It's not easy. It's not easy.
No?
No, it's not easy to
catch. Outstanding. Thank you for being here, sir. And you recently had a birthday.
Oh, yeah.
And so, because of that, a dear friend of both of ours has come to grace our set with his presence. He's been a guest on this show. He's our executive producer, Mr. Joe Montana. Your dear old friend is here.
Joe!
And we got a little present for you. Look at this. Oh, boy.
Here we go.
This is my hero.
Yeah. Oh,
Here we go.
This is my
Mine too.
hero.
Mine
We don't
too.
have the exploding scoreboard like
No,
the
we
White
don't.
Sox,
No,
but
that's
we do
right.
have this.
All right.
How are you, buddy?
Great.
It's good to see you.
So before you blow those out, let us hear you, good and loud. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday
To you. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday, dear Adrian. Happy birthday to me.
Yeah. There we go.
Tune in next time, and thank you so much for watching, everybody. And go Cubs!
Go Cubs!
And happy birthday, Adrian.
That's right.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. They're singing, Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. They got the power, they got the speed to be the best in the National League. Well, this is the year and the Cubs are in. So come on down to Wrigley Field. We're singing now, Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. Let's go!
Hollywood and Ivy was filmed live at Universal Studios in Hollywood, California. Brigham Avery's wardrobe was provided by Richie Suits of Beverly Hills. Richie Suits, a perfect fit. Catering for Hollywood and Ivy provided by Firehouse Subs. Firehouse Subs, home of the Hook and Ladder. Hollywood and Ivy is a presentation of Brigham Avery Productions.
How was the ZMED interview? Oh, it's about the Cubs? Oh. Oh well. Hey, thanks for sticking around. Look at all this shit. Gorlami. The host was even bolder than me. Goodness.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Nuke missed just resubbed for 7 months.
Christ. Kill PMCs in the office area. Give it a bloody good go, eh? Learnt nothing. It's such a funny comment. Get in the bin, kid. No, Ted Wick is not being nice. It's cold, but it was really sunny earlier. It looks like it's going to absolutely tank it down, either with rain or snow. But London never gets that cold, really. It's not like, you know, the north. We're nestled in the Thames Valley area, which isn't really a valley, but it's like low-lying. Got all the other houses around you pumping out heat. The natural insulating factor of buildings absorbing heat and then radiating it. All that brick, the pavements, you know. And we don't have the coast. We don't have like mountains nearby to sort of funnel the weather. It's just very peaceful.
Стопудово попал!
We got one player, unfortunately. Do love the M3 Super. It is a fun gun. I mean, the boiler, fuck me, that could have been so much worse. It's just, you know, one of those things, isn't it? It's just, been a little frustrating. The Christmases that we've had the last few years have just been a bit shit. I can't complain, but they've just been a bit sort of, you know, lacking. Oh, we got no shotgun ammo. Alright, what can we get? AP20? Get a little AP20? I'm sure it costs a packet. Where is AP20? I've gone mad. Where's AP20 on there? What am I missing? HP Piranha. You can't buy it anymore? Well, fair enough. There's probably some fucking quests, yeah. We also need grenade kills, so we'll get a few grenades as well. To toss around. Excuse me. Does the stationary grenade launcher count? I think it might. Here's the guide on the Tarkov wiki. Due to its size, Factory is a good location to do this quest on, as well as using impact grenades like the RGO. Breaking someone's leg or waiting until they're lying down before throwing a grenade reduces your opponent's chance to get away from your grenade. If your opponent is in a small room, throw a grenade inside and quickly close the door. It's quite funny. No, I haven't seen that. Does he wear a pom-pom? Fuck Magnum Buck. We got Mosend. How is he there? How? I've never seen that, where you spawn and there's a guy within 10 feet. I think we were in the middle of Carnal Express.
I've had a little problem with the truth.
Well, sure.
Oh, we already saw this one. Oh, yeah.
Hi, George.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, we finished that one last night. We're on to... Alright. Now, this one is called Chinatown. Alright? I don't know how this is going to go. We're going to find out. Jim Cargan. Rick Husky is a good porn name, that's true. Also, look, you've got the stars, the moon, you've got all kinds of light. Fucking hell, son. I thought I grabbed the rig, but maybe I forgot to grab it. Christ. Jesus. Alright, son, you got me. You got me. Trust the process. Hide in a bush with a fucking P90. Your game, bud. Do what you like. Sure. Jeez. Makeshift 50 BMG slug. Now, we'll buy 50 of these. 50 of those, please, Jaeger. We're not going to take many in. This is so dumb. Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, let's. That was not a flare. Rick Husky. Alright, a couple of predictions. First of all, there's going to be a couple of Chinese stereotypes in this show. I don't think the characters are going to be blatantly racist, but there might be some stuff that's they might use the term Chinaman, for example, which is very dated, but it is still the early 80s and maybe people didn't know that that was not cool. I also suspect that Hooker is going to speak Mandarin for some reason.
What's bothering you, partner? That's the second time you've checked that safety tonight.
I don't like it, Hooker. Assaults, robberies, going down with automatic weapons. It makes a guy uptight.
It was crazy enough in the streets when the bad guys were packing Saturday night specials. Now it's a shooting gallery, and we're the targets.
And yet I guarantee you Hooker's against any form of gun control. So, okay, James Shigeta, you will recognize him from Die Hard. He was Mr. Takagi in Die Hard, a man of Japanese origin, presumably playing a Chinese character. Of course, they're doing cockfighting. We need a gong sound at least once.
I really don't like it here, George.
Come on, dude. It's just a bit of cockfighting. Even I've been to a cockfight, and I love animals. Oh, what a shit gun. It's so slow to fire. Trash mage. Well, we hit him a little bit. I think we fucked his legs up. Look at this guy. This is actually very poor. That means he barely gets a two scav kills. Barely gets 2 scav kills of raid. Damn, we hit him for 280 damage. He's not happy. He's not having fun. No, that's not a TOS. It's a. It was just the. It was the rotating shotgun. I can't remember what you call it. The shotgun revolver. It's got some stupid name. The mags for these, by the way, cost a cocking fortune for some reason. Yeah, the MTS, that's right. I wonder what my KDA is. What are we at here? Not doing great. I die a lot. Let's get some meds, I guess.
Why can't we go?
Soon, baby. Now, coming through the back and hit him hot and fast. Get ready.
That's a Mac 10!
Nobody move, or this turns you all into chop suey. Now give us your money. Give me the money! Now! Come on, come on! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Move, move!
All units in the vicinity of 305 Magnolia. Shots fired at the warehouse.
That's Chinatown.
6 blocks over. Let's grab it.
The warehouse.
Full item 30. We've got it.
Is there only one warehouse?
4 item 16, rolling back up to 30.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, please! Police! Everybody out of the way! Freeze!
Of course he knows her.
Freeze!
Shoulder hit. Ah! Jeez, almost hit that guy. Couldn't even see him. Couldn't even see him. Did anyone see him? Oh, come on, dude. He was shooting before I even came around the corner. This is bugged, by the way. This is bugged. Ignore that. 1,293 kills. A KD of 13.6. And pretty sure he shot me before I even came around the corner. Like, I was literally coming around the corner. And he was like, bap, bap, bap. Yeah, that's bugged. That's bugged. $53 kills per raid. Where are you getting that from? That's 5 kills per raid. 242 raids, 1,293 kills, level 42. I don't know. I'm gonna report him anyway. Just for that. That was so sus. Any guys I see with KDAs in the double digits, I just think, so you're telling me, on average, you're getting that many kills. You're never just running out, not seeing anyone. You're not getting raids where you just get one-tapped at the start. It's just never coming up. It's just never happening. You're always getting in, getting kills, and you're averaging 12. I just think that's bullshit. Well, that's not bad ammo, actually. What have we got that's shit? We don't need much. You'll do. Use up some of this shit ammo I don't really want. Ooh. Get him, Corrigan! Come on, ZMED. Comes in low. I'm glad they're letting ZMED do a bit more action this season. What do they make the cars of in this show? They're making it out of fucking C4.
Hold it right there! The next one chews off your tail!
Lieutenant, the suspect's name is James Fong, a resident. According to this payroll stuff, he worked here in Chinatown. Circle is closing, Lieutenant.
That circle leads nowhere, Hooker. We've had other leads to Chinatown. We've been all over this area. Everybody's come up empty.
The marking on this MAC-10 is North Vietnamese Army. They mark the weapons, every one of them, the same way, even the ones they captured from us, like this one here.
Okay, so the automatics are coming information.
Another suspect spilled that he saw Fong take delivery of that gun from another Chinese.
That's backed up by the suspect Corrigan there, Lieutenant.
Everything points to Chinatown being the distribution point.
You didn't listen to me, Hooker. Chinatown is a dead end.
Now look, any one of us could have been cut down by their firepower. We were damn lucky. That thing spits out 1,200 rounds a minute. I want to get those guns off the street.
Nobody wants it more than I do, Hooker, and I'm going to make it happen. It's going to buy me a set of captain's bars.
Oh, God. Anyone with a rank is just a piece of garbage. Sweet jumping jack flash. Oh, we hit him a few times. What did he have? I think he had a an MP5 maybe, was it? Oh, it was an MP9. Nice, nice gun. Got PST'd quite a lot. I mean, I've died all morning. We had one good raid where we got 3 quests done. But yeah, it's the way it goes, you know. I mean, it's all shit gear. I just figure I can either go in and lose good gear and money, or go in with shit and maybe get lucky. Like, I'd rather just get lucky, you know. Bump into some lad who's as gormless as me and kill him. Perfect raid. Go in with good gear and get MP9'd or shot by a hacker. What's the point? Peacekeeper's got some guns. We've got 9 grand. And we do need to spend money and do one more quest for him. So we'll just run Peacekeeper guns. What do you got for me, Chief? Something that fires real quick. And we don't care if we lose it. This is perfect. We'll just take one more. There's really little point fanning about with more than one. And it takes my favorite PST. Mechanic, I will buy 500 rounds of your finest PST, please. I wish I could set the fire mode here, so I don't have to do it every single time I land in the raid. Wait, here's what we're going to do. Save as MP5 noob. Then we can just click give me this loadout. And we can just fucking rinse and repeat this all morning and afternoon if needs be.
But I am not going to waste any manpower down here, not when it's to no avail.
Lieutenant, I'd rather ask politely to be assigned to this beat than go over your head. But if I have to, I will.
You are one perverse commodity, Hooker. The department has been trying to get you back in Chinatown for what, some 18 years, and you wouldn't have it. Now all of a sudden you want back.
No, I don't want back. It's painful to come back. But if I'm going to get these guns off the street, and I am, I'm going to have to. I have no choice.
And you're not giving me any.
Well, look at it this way. If I'm right, you get your captain's bars, and I'm out of your hair.
Hooker,
How does he just not follow orders?
are you all right? Hey, look. I realize the shooting's put us both on edge, but I know you. Something's eating at you.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Big by Harris Watterson just resubbed for 12 months. Flax egg.
Thank you.
I thought I saw someone in the crowd. Who? It's a good question. Not who I thought I saw, that's for sure.
If you'd rather watch Sips, why don't you message him and say, Sips, why aren't you streaming? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that? Just message Sips, message him on Twitter and ask him directly. Why are you asking me? Ask him. He'll tell you. I don't understand.
Hi.
Hello to a view. I don't know what that means.
Donuts. I'll be right with you.
Look at ZMED. He is in fine fucking shape. That shirt is sick.
What do you think?
I think somebody had that one bronzed.
No, the shirt. You like it?
I love it.
Somehow it's not you.
I didn't think so either. It came back with my watch, so I thought, maybe I'd...
Hooker, how can you live like this?
I'm just passing through. I'm looking for an apartment.
You said that 2 months ago.
You mean because I'm not at the marina? By the pool, surrounded by a bevy of bikini beauties? I'll let you handle that action, Junior. I'll get my gun. I'll be right with you.
You know, the talk around the locker room says Lieutenant Drummer had it right. You cut a wide path through Chinatown a few years back.
What is Hooker's problem with Chinatown? Doesn't like Asian people? Could be that.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Berfonix just resubbed for 77 months.
Lovely bit of lag there. Ah, shit. I felt I shot that guy quite a bit. I think I hit him in the armor a lot. That's a damn shame. Ugh. US servers? No, mine I don't. Mine is set. Maybe they've changed it. Maybe it's with the updates. It's done away with my settings. Got a lion there. That's pretty pog. I can't remember. You can. This is a trade. Lion Tarkov. Is it the trade for the? Oh yeah, the documents case. We could get a documents case. That's pretty sweet. Another one. Another one. All we need is some horses. Nice. I like having documents cases because you can like put all your stupid fucking keys in it. You alright, love? You gonna what? It wasn't me. It was your daughter. It's when she did some ironing earlier. You can have a lie down. Yeah, feeling it before it. Oh, you'll be alright by next weekend. What time is it? Oh, it's definitely lunchtime. I haven't eaten anything today. I'll be back in a sec. Ugh.
Don't believe everything you hear.
They say the youth gangs are running wild and the Tongs are on the verge of taking sides.
The Tongs have always been family affairs. It was only natural for them to protect their sons. Well, that was 18 years ago. Things have cooled down since then. Communities come together.
Yeah? I hear you had a lot to do with that. A lot of people in Chinatown know you.
Is he taping up his knee?
You know that Myling trading company you were talking about? We could check there after we get in uniform. Anybody there owe you?
No, Junior. That's one place nobody owes me anything.
Okay. So where's that coffee you were talking about, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fresh out.
Oh, bad knee.
You haven't even looked. Not that it would help.
Well, I keep the coffee in the bathroom. It's part of my new system. See, I get up every morning, creep into the bathroom. I look in the mirror. I say, would coffee help that face? I open the cabinet door. There's my coffee. I have a cup of coffee. Doesn't help the face. You want that?
No. Save it. It'd make a great paperweight.
There is such an absence of humor in this show. Intentional humor, anyway. It's Mr. Takagi. Bob, you forget. Venus?
Это что за хрень?
Was not there for fun. She was a serious character. Nobody mentioned the fact she was an orangutan. It's nighttime, Grim. Can anyone remind me what you need euros for? Because I can never seem to... There's never anything for sale in euros. Not bad. The rat comes out at night. I mean, this'll do for a fucking factory run.
Très bien, pацаны.
I just don't play streets. I hate that map. I either walk into a landmine, get shot by a sniper, scav, or walk into the bit where you're not allowed to go, or there's some guy who knows some sweaty angle, or I get sniped in the street, or all the rats converge on me. It's just endless. So I just don't play it. I think it's a perfectly acceptable. What ammo we got? Perfect. Prapo is still bringing me things. I see. Yeah, excellent.
Ancient art of combat. Impressive, huh?
Maybe. But when you're knocking off a bag, you need more than sticks and chains.
How many pieces are we talking about?
6 Uzis. I need them by tomorrow. Can you handle that?
If you can handle the tab, $6,000.
Don't try to rip me off, Poe. The going price for an Uzi's $500.
Then maybe you should buy them from someone else.
I can't make a connection by tomorrow.
6 Uzis for $6,000. Take it or leave it.
When can I have them?
In the morning. Stay by your phone. When I call, be ready to roll. You stuck it to him good, Mr. Khan.
Black market guns and black market prices.
I told you I could get you buyers.
I knew you could. That's why I chose you.
Yeah. He was the guy who ate the Nestle chocolate bar. Nestle make the crunch. It's called the Nestle Crunch. I think we have to just ignore this quest for the time being. Just fucking vapid right in the dome. Why would I play with you? I don't even fucking know you. You're not even a sub. Never played games with you before in my life. Never even seen your name before. You think I'm just gonna get you in? Just gonna get you in to play Tarkov with me and help me? What are the chances of that? 0. Zero. No gong?
I'm Sergeant Hooker. This is Officer Romano. You must be Meiling's daughter.
Yes, I am. My mother died almost a year ago.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I didn't know Meiling had a daughter until I talked to some friends in Chinatown.
This is Chao Dok-kan. He is the widower of my mother.
It's Mr. Takagi.
How you doing?
Well,
was it something I said?
No, nothing. That's just his way.
I saw you at the cockfight last night.
I didn't want to be there.
All I'm saying is, right, that there is a very good chance that you're like, oh, I'll help you on Factory Flax, and I load in, and you shoot me in the face, and then you clip it, and you're like, ha 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 ha, got him. So what's the point? I may as well just do looking for group and just hope for the best.
There to begin with, and didn't know about the cockfight until it started.
Wait, there's a podcast?
Robbery and the shooting only made it worse.
The suspect who was wounded, James Fong, had a payroll stub. He worked here.
He quit without notice last week. He was our shipping clerk.
What can you tell me about him?
Very little. Shipping and receiving is supervised by Chao Dok-kan, and James worked for him.
Will you ask Chao Dok-kan to step in here, please?
I'm afraid he's gone.
How do you know if you don't look?
I just know.
Tell Chao Dok-kan that we'll be back to talk to him. It was a pleasure meeting you,
Nancy.
Nancy.
I think Hooker's worried that he's the dad.
You have some very beautiful things here. I could use something for my apartment. Like maybe that vase.
This is Ming Dynasty.
Of course it is.
Ming Dynasty.
$1,200.
It's worth every penny, I'm sure.
Well, partner, we got work to do.
Maybe you could show me some others. Another time. I'll be back.
She's beautiful.
Hooker, she is beautiful. Anything like her mother?
Carbon copy.
Come on, we're waiting.
Romano said you couldn't keep your eyes off that girl in the shop today, that you knew her mother.
It was a long time ago. It was a lifetime. I was his age. Chinatown was my first beat. She was perfection. Like rare jade. Her father was Chinese, her mother was American.
You wanted to marry her?
We never got that far.
She turned you down?
Well, it wasn't that easy. Her husband showed up.
Hooker, you devil, you.
Well, when I first met Miley, she thought he was dead. Actually, she hardly knew him. It was an arranged marriage. And the day after the ceremony, he took off on a business trip. And his ship went down somewhere off the China coast. And the report came back saying that there was no survivors.
With no such luck.
Well, when he turned up, out of the blue almost a year later, we had quite a problem.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
So you did the right thing. You made it easier for him.
He walked away and never came back to Chinatown.
Until today.
Till now.
My dear old friend.
Lee Chan.
Nehoma.
Ho, ho. I see you're still alive and kicking.
Well, my kickers lost their sting, but yes, I'm still living.
This is Lee Chan, my friend, Stacey Sheridan, Jim
Hello?
Corrigan, Vince Romano.
Hello? Welcome, welcome.
Excuse me. Your restaurant's become a nightclub.
One must change with times. But as always, I serve the best Chinese food. I never thought you would return here.
I had to come. I'm here to track down the source of the illegal automatic weapons.
It's more than rumor that they emanate from Chinatown.
I figured if there was something to know, you'd know it.
People have been seen who don't belong here. Strangers, and yet not tourists. They could be the buyers of the illegal weapons. But as for the sellers,
The Uzis are moving faster than we thought. It's our last six.
The next shipment is due the end of this week. The bill of lading will say it's teak wood.
Oh, how many pieces?
200 COD. I'm gonna need a pretty good sized sale to make the payment.
Don't worry, I'll come up as a buyer.
I don't know, T-Bear. Just avoided it.
I picked this up at the desk, Hooker. The rundown on Chow Duck Khan.
Like you figured, he came back to the States about the time the automatic weapons started to show up.
A bunch of misdemeanors, 3 felony arrests, but nothing proven.
And nothing recent. Everything there dates back to before he left the country the last time.
Well, you got your way, Hooker. So what have you turned up so far down in Chinatown?
Well, nothing concrete, but I think we may be onto something.
I think, and maybe, don't get guns off the street, Sergeant.
Neither than standing around here talking about it, Lieutenant.
Why, you...
Let's go.
If only there was some chain of command where I could, you know, be a higher rank than him and, like, give him orders and stuff. Yep, those are Uzis. That's as much checking as I need to do.
6 Uzis.
It's all there, Poe.
So it is. Nice doing business with you. Let's go.
We're not leaving all that money behind. We let Poe get rid of his muscle, then we take it all back. I know where he hangs out.
I don't know, Hooker. All you've got is a time correlation. And the fact that Chow Duck Khan has a possible importing cover in the trading company. It's really not hard evidence.
You're right, Junior. Maybe I'm pressing. Maybe it's for personal reasons. But maybe it's not.
Call it a cop's hunch, Junior.
I want to do this alone.
What is it today, Sergeant Hooker? Police business, or did you come by to talk?
I came to talk to you about your father, Chow.com.
He isn't here.
Touching.
Maybe you can help me. I understand he was out of the country for more than a year, up to 4 months ago.
Yes, he was in Taiwan, Laos, and Thailand.
What was he doing there, besides buying for the shop?
It's not my business to know. Chow Dok-Kan's privacy is respected. He is the head of the family.
I think he may be involved in something illegal.
You want to know about Chow Dok-Kan? Ask Chow Dok-Kan.
All right. Where can I find him?
At this hour, probably at the House of Shanghai. Hooker? I know you knew my mother, Hooker.
Yes, I did know her. I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure that she told you about us.
She told me almost everything. Maybe you can fill in the missing pieces.
We'll get together and talk.
After you've found what you've come to search for in Chinatown?
Nancy, that shooting the other night at the cockfight, that's happening all over town. Somebody's bringing in automatic weapons. Innocent people are being hurt and killed. I think those weapons are being funneled through here, in Chinatown.
Is it hard to get? This was before the automatic weapons ban in the US. I don't understand why why people have to import weapons into the US, which has more guns than people. Even back then there were lots of guns. And they have to get all these Uzis imported? It doesn't really make sense. Yeah, but you could just file them down. I'm pretty sure you could get guns. No problem. Think about the Terminator gun shop scene. Uzi 9mm. He buys it in a gun shop. And that film was also made in the early 80s. They weren't commie guns. They were made by the Israelis. Right, but you say traceability, but you can buy a gun and then just say it was stolen, right? All the time. People steal guns all the time. Also, they had to wait for the shipment of guns from the Chinese lads. So it's not like they needed them immediately. He needed them tomorrow, right? But he could have just bought these guns. He's a professional bank robber. You'd think they'd be able to buy some guns. You go to a fucking gun show, you buy guns. You don't need paperwork and shit. I'm just saying, it's a bit weird. The UK, I'd understand. People are importing automatic weapons to the UK and they're finding their ways into the hands of criminals. But geez, guns aren't hard to get. We've had guys running around with M16s. I just think it doesn't make sense.
Any help you can give me. I need.
Cheaper? He charged $1,000. The guy said to him, the going price is $500 for an Uzi on the street. And he says, well, you need them by tomorrow, it's $1,000. Go somewhere else if you want. He has nowhere else to go. And just bear in mind that in this series, we have seen bad guys with way more guns. We've seen them running around with M16s and all sorts of shit. And the 45 automatic that they have in the prop department, every bad guy has that gun. But the point is that within the TJ Hooker universe, bad guys have automatic weapons and presumably didn't have to buy them from Chinatown. Just doesn't make sense.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
What's that, Junior?
Nancy, if you count the years back, you could be your father.
Life isn't always that tidy, Junior.
Yeah, well, maybe not, but I'd sure rather have you as a father-in-law than that Chow Duck character. think.
Thanks. I think.
Interesting. So just actually, this was before the Firearm Owners Protection Act, which was passed by Congress during the Reagan era in 1986. The law mainly enacted protection for gun owners, prohibiting a national registry of dealer records, limiting ATF inspections to once per year, softening what is defined as engaging in the business of selling firearms, and allowing licensed dealers to sell firearms at gun shows in their state. It also loosened regulations on the sale and transfer of ammunition. So maybe, since this is pre-1986, it actually was harder to get guns. Interesting.
This is a private club.
We'd like to ask you some questions. Chow.com.
Too bad. I would rather you came for a lesson.
I don't think we need any lessons from you.
Oh, you're versed in the martial arts.
Yeah, versed enough.
Perhaps Sergeant Hooker will show his skill. I'd be happy to act as a subject for his demonstration.
Kick his ass, Hooker.
We can ask you some questions here, or we can take you in.
Have us miss a display of your expertise in the martial arts.
Don't push it. I ask, you answer, I go. It's very simple.
I hear the words, Hooker, but the tone indicates some fear. As I recall, fear was not enough to keep you away from my home.
He does have Corrigan's haircut, doesn't he?
My wife.
You're really begging for it, aren't you?
It was astute of you to notice.
Okay, nobody panic. We just want Poe.
Cops! Hold, please!
There they are.
Everybody in the square! Take cover!
What a roll!
Freeze!
Damn, rickshaws!
Drop the gun. Drop it.
Put your hands behind your back.
Hands on your head.
Guess it wasn't your day, pal. Walking in on two cops. Yeah, that's the way the fortune cookie crumbles.
That leap was majestic. No other word for it. I could try it, Big Bad. I could try it. So somebody asked yesterday, does Shatner do his own stunts? You may have noticed that neither the roll nor the leap were Shatner. He can't get that kind of air. And when he does a roll, it's more like the forward rolls you learned in school. It is all stuntman. There's occasionally they'll show you Hooker doing... He does the fight scenes, the close-up ones, where it's all... Because he learned that in Star Trek. It's all the same moves. The double-fisted to the neck, all that shit. Dark Souls fat rolls? Yeah. He does do the fat rolls.
2 guys that came after you. We found 6 Uzis in the trunk of their car. They said they bought them from you.
And you believe them?
Why should we believe you?
Because I'm a tax-paying citizen with no police record.
Poe, you're not smart enough to run this operation alone. But maybe you're smart enough not to take the fall alone.
Fall? For what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. And you're gonna tell us.
Hey, this is the 20th century, man. And I think my rights are being violated here. Now, I want to see a lawyer and maybe talk about police harassment.
You're not worth harassment.
And you stay away from Nancy Kahn. She's mine.
We'll see about that. Let's put a tail on them, see where it takes us.
Not a chance, Hooker. We've got nothing. I can't justify that.
I thought you wanted to get the guns off the street.
ZMED is not allowed to
I'm going to
overtake
ask
him.
for 24-hour surveillance based on the statement of a couple of armed punks. You got another guess coming.
That's right, drummer. Play it safe. Don't take any chances.
You watch your mouth, Hooker. I'll have you up for insubordination.
No, you won't. You need me. How else are you going to get your captain's wires?
What'd you get from Poe?
Lies and a warning. Stay away from Nancy Kahn.
So what do you do now?
When I go in to watch, I go see Nancy Kahn.
When do Corrigan and Stacy get a chance to do shit?
What's wrong?
I was thinking about your mother. We used to come here a lot.
Her life wasn't happy. Chao Dokkan wasn't exactly a loving husband.
I wish things could have been different.
My mother told me what happened. She talked about you a lot. I don't go in much for Chinese proverbs, but it is said, blaming oneself for fate is like blaming oneself for rain. Things happen.
In the tea house. Your mother and I used to meet there on my lunch breaks.
I remember her mentioning that and telling me some of the things you said to her. I used to daydream that my mother's prince in blue was my real father.
That's a bit fanciful, isn't it?
Maybe. But it's possible, you know?
I did nut inside her multiple times, so you may be onto something there, Nancy.
My mother left me a letter. Told me to open it after she died. She said the letter would tell me who my real father was.
And?
Never opened it. Afraid to find out the truth. What do you think, Hooker?
Mylene gave you the letter. It's your decision, not mine. George Poe. How well do you know him?
We've dated.
What does he do? How's he earn a living?
He works for Chao Dokkan, but not at the shop.
I think he's involved in those illegal weapons I told you about.
This is Chinatown, Hooker. A lot of things go on here.
And now you tell me he works for Chow.com?
Are you suggesting they're using my mother's business to import guns?
Nancy, I know Chinatown and what happens here as well as you do. You be careful.
Okay, Dad. Well, let's not jump the gun now.
You find out anything from Nancy yesterday?
Just that George Poe works for Chow.com in some capacity, but she couldn't tie either one of them to the illegal weapons operation.
Looks like Chao Dokkan has himself pretty well covered.
There may be a way through his smokescreen. Sid Ennis.
The guy Corrigan and Stacy took down at the cockfight robbery? Yeah. I don't know, Hooker. Detectives have been working on him, and he hasn't cracked.
That's why I asked the DA this morning. Give me a shot at Ennis. The DA gave me an okay to offer him a deal.
Getting a scav game is so fucking hard. Chow.com. Is there a Chow.com? It's probably some Uber Eats ripoff. It's foodie.com. He's a sergeant. He was a detective. And then he voluntarily went back to the streets where he could do some real good, despite the fact that all he does is detective work. He literally works one case at a time. You very, very rarely see Hooker doing anything but detective work. Like, he's on the street, he gets a call, 4 Adam 30, possible 211 in progress. He gets in there, maybe arrests some lads, bust shit up, and then he's like, I reckon there's a link between this and what's been going down in the harbour. And then he just detectives for the rest of the episode. And it's always Johnny on the spot when something bad happens. It's very odd. And tells the chief to go fuck himself.
Talk to the DA. He's willing to extend himself if you'll play along with us.
You mean I walk?
Screw your head back on, will you, Ennis? You're part of an armed robbery involving illegal automatic weapons.
You're looking at 10 years hard time in the state prison, man.
But the DA is willing to reduce that to 5 to 8 county time if you'll duke us into George Poe.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't know if I can do that. I mean, I don't even know if it'll work.
Okay, Ennis. It's your decision. Farm or the joint?
He does get results. That's a good point, Steve. He does get results.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? Where are you going with my prisoner?
Trying to get you what you want. Your captain's bars. I'd handle the undercover myself, but George Poe knows me. And we can't afford to let Chow.com know we're onto him.
I haven't been undercover in a while. A change could be interesting. The cover name I'm using belongs to a scuzz I busted a couple years back in Frisco.
Corrigan, you did it last episode. He went undercover last episode.
I don't know if I can pull this off.
Hey, man. You gonna spend the rest of your life rotting in some stinking cell? Huh? No. Then get it together.
Yeah, I want to talk to George Poe. It's business.
See if he's in. What's your name?
Sid Ennis. Tell him I'm a friend of Jimmy Farms. Tell him that. Just tell him that.
All right. Wait here.
All right, yeah, we'll do. Why can't I search a guy lying down, eh? Locals arrived. Pretty sure there's one on that gun. Here we go. We're dead. It's nice knowing your team. Yeah! Where is he? I forgot there was a landmine there, that's my bad. Careful, dude. This the rogues are angry. Yeah! Terrible ammo, busted up gun, and apparently landmines are there. Yeah, a bunch of times. There are some spawns where you just load in and, you know, everybody that knows the maps really well knows the spawns, and they just line up on places where people spawn and they shoot you. Happens to be on reserve all the time. There's one spawn near the graphics card building, or what used to be. You'd spawn in, and there could be enemies to your left or to your right. And if they know, they just look your way. You move forward 1 foot, bap, in the head, dead. So, yeah, it does happen. Lost your gear, Musketeer? You know me so well, Prapor. I do need to kill scavs on shoreline, so we could go there with one of my dog shit guns. Let's take the old SKS in, why not, eh? I think I've got a magazine for this as well. Hooker, it seemed like you knew that girl back at the bus stop. Well, Junior, I used to work this beat, and I fucked every single woman that looked at me, and some of the people you see around here are my babies. How many of them, Hooker? 40%? Maybe 40, 45%? Maybe 50%. Ah. Maybe 80%. It could be as high as 80%. It could be higher. Could be 90. It could be 90%.
You wanted to see me?
Yeah, you're the guy. I saw Jimmy Fong make the gun buy from you.
You must be mistaken.
Hey, you don't have to play cute with me. I was there when Jimmy got shot.
I heard you were in custody.
Yeah? Well, my buddy here, Floyd Mello, you know, got me a high-priced lawyer, sprung me out on bail. But I ain't going back. So if I make this little deal here, cuts me in for a little share, I go into Acapulco.
What kind of deal are we talking about?
Acapulco.
Ennis tells me you have enough automatic weapons to outfit my crew.
Exactly what is it you're looking for?
20 pieces with a lot of ammo. I prefer AK-47s, but I know Rusky ammo is hard to come by.
AK-47s are hard to come by. Now, if they were available, I'm sure you have to pay a premium for them.
They're worth about 600 apiece, so I'll give you $1,000.
Sorry, pal. The premium I was talking about is 1,000 above the going price.
1,600, 20 guns, that's 32,000. Forget it. And you can forget about Acapulco.
Wait a minute. There's got to be a way we can work this out. 25 grand. That's pretty good.
30.
28.
Okay.
That's fair. That's really fair.
Tomorrow, call me here. I'll tell you where and when. Hey, make sure you have the money.
I got the money.
Why is he haggling? Profit. I'd make you as a cop immediately. If I turned up and said, how much for these guns? And you said, 35 grand. And I was like, sold. When and where? You'd be like, that's way more than they're worth. And you're just okay in that? But I am a cop. What does that mean, but I am a cop? James Corrigan is undercover, bozo. He has to play the part of a willing buyer. Why don't you just offer to fucking fondle his balls after you buy the AKs? You gotta drive a hard bargain. You gotta make them feel like they've talked you into the deal, not that you've talked them into the deal. Suckers. You're all cops. Fucking knew it. Sunday. Go out and crack some heads.
Ready? Up.
Good.
Damn, that would weigh a ton. 20 AK-47s. Ah, jeez. I've just remembered which map we're on. Oh my god, what a spawn! Are you kidding me? This is death! That sounded like the MG's already opening up on some poor soul. Oh, I'm aware that it can be busy. I have no choice. I don't know this map very well, and I'm beyond terrified already. See, that looks like a lad, but it's not. It's a tree. You need a key for that car though, right? Was there an expansion for Shoreline? Or do you mean the bit with the lighthouse? I don't think you can even go there anymore. Do you need a little bell to get rid of the landmines or something stupid like that? Well, so Clutch It Hurts, I am not looking for players, ever. I am always looking for scavs, because I've got tons of kill scav quests, and one of them is to do it along this stretch of road. And I generally would like it if everyone else on the map left, took all the loot with them, and I could just run around and do my quests. I would be a very happy man. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work that way. I am so bad that every time a player sees me, I'm dead. I maybe kill one player in 5. You got TTS on. I mean, I do for subscriptions. What do you mean? Why would I have TTS on for every single thing that someone says? What are you talking about? I guess we could try repositioning. I think it's all TTS, if I remember rightly. We are red. It's called Chinatown. Where are the scavs? Yeah, there's a undercover operation currently in place. Jim Corrigan has gone in as a potential buyer for guns that Jimmy Ho, I think it's Jimmy Ho, or it might be Poe. Jimmy Poe. He's selling guns that they're smuggling into the country. Heard running. Yeah, Hooker hasn't been back to Chinatown since the woman he loved, who was Chinese national, or was she from Taiwan? I can't remember. Thought her husband was gone. They had a thing going. Nancy, oh, the mother's died. Nancy, her daughter, could be TJ Hooker's illegitimate child. And her actual father, that she thinks is her dad, is kind of a bum. He's a gun dealer. So she'd be delighted if Hooker was her papa. But so far, all she's got is a letter from her mother saying who her real father is, but she's too scared to open it. And Hooker ain't gonna make her. Hello. Doing a bit of a slide. ZMED gets little storylines, but remember, ZMED is, for some reason, the comic relief. Even though the entire joke is the Hooker owns him at everything he tries to do. But in this series, season 3 so far has been the best. It's been so much better than the previous 2. Even if you're looking at this and you think, my god, this is bad, the other 2 seasons were worse. I thought I heard one yapping. Ah. We're dead.
Nice job, Alistair.
Grenade 2 go just resubbed for 1 month.
Yes, it was a player scav. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill him. Oh, there goes backpack guy. Run, little one, run! I need to. Okay, well, we've seen where they spawn. We'll just hang here, I guess. Holy shit. shit. I guess we get down there and try to make these shots count. Got any ammo? No idea where that was from. Well, shit. Could be a scav up in one of the houses. No idea. Was it just some lad hiding in a bush? God, it was. Just M700. BAP. Well, look, we got 11 scavs. How many of them are on the road, I don't know. But we definitely got halfway to doing our quest. 10 minutes left in the raid. Well, I was standing still in a window. If he just, I'm not kidding, but if he just goes on maps and snipes and just hides and just literally picks people off and, like, how many scavs did I kill in that raid? Like 11? If he's just doing that. You get a surprising amount of XP for killing loads of scavs and then extracting. You get a lot. So I only need 4 more. Not bad. We were close. I wonder if he goes down and gets my gun. Maybe. To be fair, I would. I want to know why this is so fucking expensive. Wow, a level 3 with the Jaegs. That's nice. That's what I call him because we're mates. That's expensive. Why this thing's so big, I don't know. Do it, Nancy.
Yes, I will. And Nancy, you've done enough. I'll handle it from here. You just settle down. Atta girl. Nancy saw Chow.com and Poe go down to a secret room at the basement of her shop. She followed them down. She got an eyeful. The room was filled with guns.
Confirms we're on track.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get over there and clean out that room.
Hold on. We want those guns, but we also want Chow.com.
That's right. Stick with our plan.
You know what I can't figure out? How can there be a secret room when Lieutenant Drummer said Chinatown's been combed, top to bottom?
When we were at the Moon Pagoda, Lee Chan told me about the hidden city, the city beneath Chinatown.
Sounds mysterious.
When laborers were brought from China to build the railroad, they didn't have any rights. They were treated like slaves. The underground city is where they hid from the Guai Lao, the people they called the devil persons who robbed and preyed on them.
It still doesn't answer my question.
Drummer and his men didn't find the underground chambers and passages because they were that well hid, and Chinatown's been rebuilt several times since then. And the hidden chambers were covered over long ago.
The Chow.com found one that wasn't.
One crucial problem. One crucial problem. Chinatown, as it exists in most places, but I think the one might be in San Francisco, might be the one in LA, I think it's the one in San Francisco, is not some ancient place that Chinese people moved to. I watched a video about this. It was built by the city as a place to say, look, we'll just put the architecture in, which is not architecture you see in China. It was like, you know, the Western vision of what Chinese architecture is like, to sort of say to them, can you lot just go there? And that was like, as long as they were contained, it eliminated a lot of the racial tensions. So the idea that during the days when the railroads were being built, that this is what happened, I think that Hooker's timeline is off. I think. I'm not saying that I'm 100% right and that the T.J. Hooker writers are wrong, but Chinatown is not somewhere that like sprang up and Chinese people built it. It was built like a signpost to say, can you lot all go here, please? And then other cities have built them, and I think, I mean, the one in London wasn't built as a place to stick Chinese people, but that style with the arch and the sort of pagoda style roofs and everything is done so that people know what Chinatown looks like, and they know, oh, there's a Chinatown, because they're everywhere. There's Koreatowns and Chinatowns in most major cities. And it's got that draw, that touristic draw, where you know you're going to get Chinese food, and if you're Asian, you know there's going to be grocery stores there where you're going to get the stuff you want and everything. So it's sort of, it wasn't a place they built themselves to hide. That's gibberish, in my opinion.
And we're going to close it up as soon as we nail Chow.com with his hands dirty.
Chow.com.
So we proceed as planned to get Poe out of the way.
That's where we're going, Junior.
The denouement. We'll come back to this and we'll finish the episode after I've perished. We know someone's over there. Something tells you this is a monumentally bad idea. No one's ever thought to hide here. We killed a player. Sadly, none of these are scav kills. Wonder if those count. Oh, I think it has. Does Sewer Born from Heaven have to be bolt action? Damn. Why would you say not anymore if you're wrong? A classic PFlax chat contribution. Oh shit. I don't want to fight players. There's some big boys around here somewhere. He's close. How are there no fucking scavs anywhere? That's an MP9. couldn't hear him over the bloody aeroplane. I thought, is that me touching a bush? And then... Ah, you gotta stop somewhere. I'm amazed we survived as long as we did. I think we did kill a player. Look at this. I bet this lad's absolutely fucking jacked. Look at this! He's got a fucking SVD on his back and an MP9. Some pretty smart gear. Level 31. Can't compete with that. Did kill that player. That's pretty funny. And only one fucking scav. Damn it. Oh yeah, we were going to finish this episode. There's...
Bo, up against the car.
No gongs, which is nice.
Hand on your head.
Wait a minute, what's the beef?
We're taking you in for questioning.
You already did that now.
Just thought of some new questions.
Remember, this man is Japanese.
Cops just picked up Paul.
Why? Why'd they pull him for?
Something about new questions. What about the delivery today? You think you can get Paul out in time?
By the time I get a lawyer down there.
You call it off?
No. I'll make that delivery myself. Go on, I'll meet you at the truck.
That is indeed Mr. Takagi, yes. Every single day those lads are in there training. Seems to be okay.
Tiger 2 to Tiger Leader.
Go, Tiger 2.
I'm ready to move in to make the buy.
You're looking good from here. Go for it.
Tiger 2, roger and out.
Tiger 2?
Where's Poe?
He couldn't make it. I'm handling the transaction.
I don't know you. And I'm not dealing with any flunky.
I'm Chow Dok Khan. Paul works for me. It is my guns you're buying. You ought to bring $28,000.
I want to see what I'm buying before I give you the money.
Looks like Corrigan has the hook-ins. Reel him in, Jim. Reel him in.
The money, Mr. Nello.
It's going down. I'll cover the back.
Let's go.
Shut up!
Look out, Corrigan! Oh! Oh, here we go! Let's settle this now! Damn, he kicked me right in the ribs! Yes, Stacy! ZMED kicks ass! Oh! Rat straps.
Waited 18 years for this. You take nothing more from me, hooker.
I never took anything from you. Not that I didn't want to, but I made a mistake. I respected Myling's wishes.
What a stab in the heart. Hooker kicks your ass and then your daughter is hugging him.
The letter your mother left, telling you who your real father is. No matter what it says, I want you to know that I won't stay away the way I did. After all, you are Myling's daughter. And I care about you very much.
It says...
Are you sure you want to know the truth?
It could
What
be
I
one of
really
8
am to your
guys
father.
I fucked in a barroom toilet on a busy Saturday night.
We don't always get what we want.
That could have had the equivalent of there's $1 million
No, we will never know.
hidden, blah blah blah.
Neither of us.
Maybe it's better.
Maybe we should go on Maury Povich.
We can keep our dreams. Both of us.
Well? It's Chinatown, Junior.
Forget about it.
There's some questions here to which we'll never know the answers.
Like, what do they actually put in those pork balls? How long has that duck been hanging in that window? And how long am I going to be stuck on this toilet? MSG's no problem. I mean, I think she should have found out. That's just my feeling on the matter. Oh, I'm tired. Right. Oh, it's 5 hours of Hooker and Tarkov. The best combo I think we've ever discovered on this stream.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Brosky_basso just resubbed for 11 months. T lunga hooker.
T lunga hooker. Indeed. T lunga hooker is a great show. MSG's great. Anyone that says it gives them a headache or whatever, you know, it's almost certainly just that you ate too much Chinese food. It's just fucking flavoring. I stick it on all the Chinese food I cook. All the Asian food I cook, I bosh MSG and that shit. It makes it much better. I think there was a rumor in the, I don't know if it was the 70s or 80s, that if it gave you a headache and, you know, wasn't good for you, it's in everything. Like, it's not like the Asians invented monosodium glutamate. You can find it in fucking everything. There's a YouTube video where they get people who say, oh yeah, no, it makes me really ill, I can't eat MSG. And then they're like, what do you like to eat? And they list a bunch of things, and half of those fucking things have MSG in. It's a very common flavoring. It just adds a sort of savouriness. It's kind of salty. That's it. Anyway, I will see you guys tonight. Cheers for watching. Take it easy, and peace out.